Okay.
Oh, back to this depression. Okay. And that was about how my days went for an incomprehensibly long time.
Apparently, I should have gone 1 minute longer last time.
You should have.
Yeah, how should I know, Light?
For the first 100 years, I kept track of how much time had passed. An hour, a day, a month, a year, 10 years, 50. But once it had surpassed a person's average lifespan, the counting started driving me mad, and so I stopped. My sense of time began to numb. In place of sleep, I spent my days in a trance-like state. Doing so, I was less aware of the passage of time, which made it a little easier to bear. Suspended in this bubble of time, my mind went out to you. The next thing I lost sense of was myself. I lived as a human for 21 years. After spending nearly 10 times that trapped in the mansion, I began to feel like that was all I had ever been. That maybe my past was all a construction of my imagination. That, as an otherworldly being, I merely fantasized about being human. Had I actually had a family? Had there actually been other people in the world? Did cities and villages really exist? Was there ever really a time when light shone through the windows, when we were happy? But I knew if I started doubting everything, I wouldn't be able to maintain myself. So I settled on believing one thing: that you, Michael, were real. That you had been with me. That I had loved you. And that it was you I was waiting for. I tried to always remember that one fact. My characteristic energy and cheer were disappearing. By then, I hardly ever raised my voice anymore. And in response to that change, the witch seemed to treat me a little nicer. On occasion, I thought I could sense her presence nearby, like she might reveal her form to me from beyond the darkness instead of only speaking to me. I could feel her sitting beside me.
Giselle? Do you think you're still Giselle even now? I suppose it doesn't even matter either way. Sometimes I think love and fascinations are two sides of the same coin.
What are you implying?
Oh, nothing. have an idea, though. Why don't we make you some new clothes, my dear? The loom should still work, thanks to your keeping everything in order. That outfit's an artifact of an age long past by now.
You know how long it's been?
Vaguely, but yes. As we speak, time still marches onward. Not too quickly and not too slowly, but at the same pace as you're breathing. Now, on your feet, Giselle. We have plenty of time, so let's make you the perfect maid's outfit. If we don't have enough materials, we can make more thread from the sheets or curtains. How exciting.
Following her instructions, I wove garments in a style that did not exist in my era. They were quite strange to behold. The old me might have been stricken with fascination by them. But at that point, I wasn't even sure how to rejoice, how to be impressed, or how to be moved anymore. Sounds like rain again. What year is it? Oh, it doesn't matter what year it is. It doesn't matter where it is. As long as you're there, it can be anytime, anywhere. Where are you, Michael? What are you doing? I'm still praying. I'm still wishing for you to appear before me. Forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. I'm praying for so long. I don't even know how long it's been. Before you left, you said you were going to pray too. You said you hoped we could meet again in another life. I'm not misremembering, am I? Michael, come back to me soon. I love you so, so very much. But my memories of you are starting to fade. What did your voice sound like? What kinds of faces did you make? Where did you like to put your hands on me? I don't want to forget. I want to always remember. My memories of you are the only thing holding me together. But they're slipping away from me. How did you speak? What kinds of things did you talk about? I'm losing all these memories. Please, Michael, come back to me before I forget everything. My beloved master. The thought crossed my mind that maybe Morgana's guarantee that you would be reconstructed was just a lie to trick me into staying here. But I quickly discarded it. Because if she had been lying, it would strip all meaning from my very existence. It would take from me my purpose for being here. So I didn't want to accept that possibility. I had no choice but to persevere in my belief that you would return. I had always thought I would be all right, that my faith would never waver. I still believed in myself. But you can be the happiest, most optimistic, resolute person in the world, and you will still break eventually. And I was at the point where even the slightest tap would shatter me into fragments. Several hundred years after I was enslaved within the mansion, something changed for the very first time. Sunlight, which I had not seen in all that time, shone in from outside. At first, I did not believe it was real. I thought it was a hallucination born of my inner desires. And I thought I must have completely lost it for my fantasies to have escaped my mind. But it didn't matter if it was all an illusion. The gentle breeze blowing in through the window felt wonderful. The smell of grass, the chirping of birds, the glistening blue sky, it was like 1,000 memories rushing back all at once, and it brought tears to my eyes.
The time has come, Giselle. It's time for you to get to work.
And as she always did, the witch's voice crushed my elation, dragging me back to reality. Reveling in the sight of the outside was the last thing I should have been doing. For it was that moment that began my true decline. Work? What kind of work?
Have you already forgotten? Oh, good heavens. Do you have your head on straight, my dear? As I said, I need you to watch over the house and show your utmost hospitality to those who show up.
Is someone...
This is merely an appetizer. It looks like someone's here.
Hold on. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do.
Do the same thing you have been doing. Be a maid. Convince the house guests that this is a wonderful place. Make them enjoy their stay. Now, go on. I quite looking forward to this.
The bar has been removed. But will the door open? so long, the door had refused to budge. For so long, light had forsaken these halls. For so long, there had been no trace of life. And now, all of that had been turned on its head. I felt like I had stepped into heaven on earth. I know it sounds melodramatic, so please don't laugh. It was almost certainly a perfectly ordinary slice of nature. Leaves and grass rustled in the wind, flowers specked the earth. And in the distance was a city I didn't recognize. I wondered where I was, of course, but I neither shouted nor jumped in surprise. Instead, I found myself accepting of my circumstances, as unnatural as they might have been. As I was standing there idly before the entrance, a carriage rolled up.
Greg?
Egad, could this road be any bloody worse? It's in dire need of paving on top of everything else. Who might you be, young lady? That outfit.
He's speaking a different language. A middle-aged man approached me. From his attire and the way he held himself, he appeared to be upper class. However, the words coming out of his mouth were not in the language I had grown up speaking. Could the mansion have moved somewhere far, far away? Naturally, I had no idea how such a thing was possible. And the longer I stood there staring at him absent-mindedly, the more incredulous he became. My immediate mission was to overcome the language barrier. Fortunately, I suppose, I was able to understand bits and pieces of what he had said. As merchants in the capital, my family did business with people from other countries, and as a result, I had learned a handful of words. The problem was, it had been so long ago, I had no confidence whatsoever in my ability to hold a conversation. I am a servant.
Servant? Can't say I remember asking for a lady servant, but hey, I suppose these things do happen. Doesn't much matter who they sent.
Who are you?
You weren't informed? Bloody hell, off to a great start, I see. Well, what can you do, I guess? Name's Hayden Rhodes. Just a retired old man. Kind of a cool name. I like the Rhodes last name.
As I'm sure you have already guessed, this man was the Rhodes siblings' grandfather. He was also the first person I served under as the maid. For a member of an esteemed noble family, Hayden was a bit on the eccentric side. He only hired a handful of servants, claiming he was not fond of clamor. There was a single chef, a physician, a servant to take care of all the cleaning, and then me, who served as his personal assistant. Whenever he got the chance, Hayden would chase me down and make me practice proper etiquette. According to him, I had much to learn.
You are, at least technically, a servant of the Rhodes family, young lady, so I can have you going around playing the country bumpkin act.
Yes, sir.
And we'll have to do something about that accent too, while we're at it.
I have an accent?
Think of them bloody molasses! Now I have no interest in sticking my nose into your business, asking where you hail from. But while you're here, you must act the part, young lady. Lucky for you, I'm retired and have all the time in the world. I'll teach you everything you need to know about proper etiquette.
All right.
Speak up, will ya?
Yes, sir. Hayden did not go easy on me either. In addition to my day-to-day duties, I studied etiquette, the language, proper pronunciation, and formal diction. Anytime I made the slightest mistake, he would shout his dissatisfaction.
Oi, oi, oi! Oh, I don't know what happened there. Listen carefully. The servant is the face of a house. A servant's gaff is her master's gaff. Always keep this in mind. You're not just a maid. You must always act with elegance and grace. You must always maintain your composure, even if the house is falling down around you. Whatever happens, you deal with it quickly and quietly. Your language must be immaculate. No ums, uhs, or pauses. For any reason.
Yes, sir.
No stammering either.
Sorry.
Bloody hell, you're not going to make this easy, are you? Whose idea was it that a country bumpkin would make a good servant? I have to give him a piece of my mind.
I'm not from the country. Not even slightly. I was raised in the capital.
That's so, eh? A prim and proper city girl, are you? In that case, you should be a quick study.
Absolutely. I can learn anything in a week, tops. Piece of cake.
That's so. Alright then. Starting tomorrow, I'm tripling your lessons.
I didn't think this through. In addition to being my master, Hayden was my teacher. When he yelled, he grew twice his size, and I shrunk to half mine. But it wasn't at all an unpleasant experience, because I knew he wasn't raising his voice to belittle me. His instruction may have been harsh, but it was human interaction. There were people around that I could talk to, and that was wonderful. I was starting to regain some of my humanity.
Unlike me, you still got a long life ahead of you, young lady. I don't know what kind of life you've lived, but I can't imagine it's been all that easy. Not many servant girls your age are without a home to go back to. Which is why you need to learn this. Once you've got all the rules and customs down, you'll be able to hold your own at any noble's estate. You shouldn't have any trouble keeping yourself employed. Sure, you think I'm just a loud, obnoxious old man. I believe we've met for a reason, so I hope you'll stick with me.
I, don't think about you like that at all, Master. You're a remarkable man.
One more time.
I deeply appreciate your generous consideration, Master, from the bottom of my heart.
Aye.
I didn't know much about Hayden's situation, why he had retired to this mansion all alone, away from the rest of his family. But any time I asked about them, he would say,
It happens sometimes.
with a melancholic frown. Before long, 2 years had passed. By that point, my etiquette had improved enough to satisfy his high standards. In that time, the mansion underwent a number of decor changes, as Hayden brought in sculptors to work on different areas of the house. He also sealed off rooms that were not in use, such as the observation tower and the chapel. It was a sad thing, seeing areas with so many memories for me falling into disuse. But as a mere servant, I had no say in the matter. In addition, Hayden seemed to greatly enjoy renovating the house, so I watched him warmly. The furniture was all gradually replaced, gorgeous paintings hung on the walls, colorfully patterned curtains installed. And a brilliant rose garden planted.
These roses come from all across the world. Nowhere else can you see so many different varieties in one place.
It's beautiful. Did you know that in the city, people are starting to call the mansion Rose Manor?
Rose Manor.
And to think there used to be nothing but weeds here. Amazing how much it has changed. I never thought I would see this garden turned into something so beautiful.
Are you fond of roses, young lady?
Yes, red ones especially. Red roses mean a great deal to me. They remind me of a time long past.
Given one as a gift, were you?
No, I believe I was the one who gave the rose. So red roses are a symbol of my feelings. They're very precious to me. I gave you a rose as a gift. You plucked it from its stem and placed it in my hair. Am I remembering correctly? My memories are so vague now. I can't even remember the look on your face that day.
There are some kids I'd like to give roses to myself.
Who?
My grandchildren.
Oh my, you have grandchildren?
Aye, we haven't been in touch for some time. Last I saw them was 4 years ago, when my second grandchild was born. The sweetest girl in the world, with lovely flaxen hair. It's going to be a real beauty when she grows up. Anyway, they're wonderful kids. One day, I want to hand this garden over to them. Each and every rose containing my hope that they'll lead comfortable, healthy lives free of strife.
I'm sure your wish will come to pass. Your grandchildren will have wonderful lives.
Aye.
The grief of not having you around still weighed heavily on my mind. But I was slowly approaching contentedness. Life with Hayden was slow and uneventful, peaceful and relaxing. I imagined my heart was seeking anything to alleviate its pain. And it found that in the beautifully remodeled mansion, the garden blooming wildly with roses, and my time with Hayden. I was even beginning to think this life was enough for me, that I would be okay with this being the end if it meant more of the tranquility I felt. I was, like a coward, considering giving up the fight. Please do forgive me for ever considering such a thing. Hayden seemed to be in high spirits that day. A gift had apparently arrived from his son, who lived far away. In it was a tea set, some leaves, and a small jar of sugar.
Miss!
How can I be of service, Master?
Brew me up a pot of this, would you? Be careful not to steep it for too long. You want to get just right for the best flavor.
As you wish, Master. You seem quite pleased.
Why would I be? Boy who shunned his old man for years sends him a paltry gift on a whim. I'm just entertaining his fancy.
Your tea is ready, Master.
Ah, what a wonderful smell. Tea and roses are life's best damn spices. Now, let's see what that boy chose for me. No good? Be sure to write him an angry letter.
You look so happy. He must really love his family.
It's a little bitter.
Shall I brew another pot?
No, it's not your fault. Must be something in the leaves.
Would you like to add some sugar then? There was a small jar of it with the tea set.
Now that's some bloody fine sugar he's procured. White as snow and sparkles in the light.
He chose it just for you, Master.
Bloody hell, what demon possessed him? Alright, give me 2 spoons then.
Yes, Master. Here you are.
Ah, splendid. This is some exquisite tea. Sugar balances the bitterness of the leaves perfectly. Guess that boy does have some...
Master?
Oh, oh, oh!
Master! Master!
Bloody hell!
The doctor! I need to find the doctor.
Oh.
Water. I'll get you some water right away. So please, please hang in there. Thanks to the quick treatment provided by his personal physician, Hayden survived. But he didn't make it out with much more than his life. He was permanently bedridden by the affair. Evidently, the sugar I had put in his tea had contained poison, which had done irreparable damage to his nerves and muscles. Most of his body was completely immobile, except for his left arm. Can I bring you something? Some water?
I had more than my fill of water. You don't need to wait on me hand and foot. Faye says you need to distract yourself by working. Remember what I told you? Noble family servants must always act with elegance and grace. You must always maintain your composure.
But how can you expect me to remain composed? If I had only examined the sugar more thoroughly.
You never would have noticed, young lady. I examined the sugar and didn't see a bloody thing wrong with it. It was damn crafty, that's for sure.
Why would he do this?
His inheritance, I presume. Something must have come up, and he needed my money quickly.
That's no reason to poison your own father.
Blood is nothing but an obstacle to ambition. Or maybe he just hated me.
How could anyone possibly hate you?
Perhaps that could be said of the me you know. But when you live as long as I have, you're bound to make an enemy or two. Mine just happened to be my son. I was planning to give him everything anyway. You didn't have to do this. I would have been his.
Master.
Killing me doesn't accomplish anything. I guess it doesn't much matter. Say, could I ask you something, young lady?
What can I do for you?
I don't want it to get out that Hayden Rhodes is poisoned, so could you tell people that I passed away peacefully with the beautiful nurse, tending to my every need?
You're not dead yet. Please don't talk like that. You're scaring me.
No stammering.
But
I'm not saying it'll happen immediately. But I am an old man, and one day you'll wake up and I'll be gone. This is about my own pride, not my son. The last thing I want is to go out with a black spot on my name. I'm stammering now. I can't believe this. I really need to die now. Oh my gosh. Tell me you do this, Giselle.
You've never said my name before. As you wish.
Thank you. You're a peculiar girl, you know. Sometimes you seem greener than the leaves in summer. Sometimes you seem like you've seen 12 kinds of hell. And every so often, you seem not of this world. Your skin is pale, your hands as cold as ice. At one point, I thought you might be death himself. But I was wrong about that. You have too big a heart to be death. You care too much. You must be carrying a very heavy cross on your back.
What am I supposed to do? I don't want to lose you, Lord Hayden. I don't want to lose this life.
You have someone, don't you, young lady? Someone you're dying to meet again?
Yes, but I don't know anymore. I don't know how long I'm supposed to keep waiting. If something doesn't happen soon, I don't think I can hold myself together much longer. I was so close to breaking down. And it was you who kept me on my feet.
So you've tried to remain strong plenty of times. I'll give you some different advice. A trick for when you think you're losing hold of yourself. Build a cocoon.
A cocoon?
Sturdy shell to keep your weak inner self safe. This world has no interest in protecting you. Only swallowing you whole. So you mustn't readily expose your true self. Build the cocoon, you play the role you need to play. That way, the real you will remain unharmed. It's not pleasant to hide yourself like that. It's better than letting the world crush you. But a word of warning. It's been too long in the cocoon. The real you is liable to disappear forever. You'll be swallowed up by your own protective shell. I hope you find whoever it is before it's too late. Now, I think I'll get some sleep. All this talking's worn me out.
As you wish. Good night, Master. See you in the morning.
Bye. See you in the morning, young lady.
The next day, Hayden was dead. He had strangled himself with his left hand. I should have been more attentive. I should have recognized how much pain he was in. How much it crushed him to have been betrayed by his own family. I should have realized how he truly felt, how fragile he really was. I fell into a hopeless gloom. I could hardly believe that the quiet life I had finally attained had been shattered in the blink of an eye. Hayden's other servants quickly went their own ways, and I vividly remember the dirty looks they all gave me. Everyone who knew how he had died assumed I had done it. I had no reason to kill him, though. But they had more than enough to believe so, for I had, indeed, been the last person to see him alive. And I held firmly to the story he had asked me to tell. While I was unable to convince the other servants, his family was far more accepting of the story that he had departed for the next world happily, though that did not make the truth any less heartbreaking, especially since I was the only one who knew it. Why does this always have to happen? I was happy, but I can never seem to keep hold of it for more than a flash. Despair always comes marching in to rip it away. What am I doing here? What kind of person were you, Michael? What kind of person was I?
Oh, my dear. You look positively miserable. Why should you despair at the death of some old geezer?
Morgana. Was Hayden one of those whom you wish to be reconstructed?
I have no interest in that wrinkled bag of bones. And if he was one of them, do you really think I would let him go so peacefully?
Peaceful? You call that peaceful? You call his misery peaceful?
I most certainly. And since you do not seem to understand this, the pain of death lasts but an instant. The worst torture can only be inflicted upon the living. Setting two loved ones against one another, manipulating one into taking the other's life, and then forcing him to live. The stage hasn't even been set yet, my dear.
And you would have me play a part in that?
Indeed. He agreed to accompany me. You are here to be my guide. And you're doing such a wonderful job so far.
I haven't done anything.
Oh, but you killed that old man, did you not? Thanks to you, my wish is one step closer to fruition.
What? What do you mean I killed Hayden?
You mean to claim you didn't? Tell me, who was it that put the poison sugar in his tea?
No, I didn't mean to.
Your intentions are irrelevant. Everything moves along the path forged by my wish, and you shall continue to follow its will.
You know what? I'm done feeling like this. I don't want anyone else to go through what Hayden did.
And what are you going to do about it?
I'm done listening to you. Without me, you have no influence over this world.
Oh.
So I'll die. I'll take my own life right here and now. I grabbed a nearby knife and held the tip against my breast. My hands were shaking, my heart pounding. My whole body was racked with terror, but I could have sworn I heard Morgana gasp. This was her one weakness, I thought.
What are you thinking? Don't do this, Giselle. Don't be foolish. Put the knife down right now.
I'm done trusting anything you say.
Giselle, put the knife down.
I've missed you so very much, Michael. I've wanted nothing more than to see you again. But if my being Morgana's guide is going to cause other people suffering, then I can't. It's all over, Morgana. Huh? There's no blood? Not even pain. Why?
Oh, absolutely brilliant. I told you not to be foolish. But you just wouldn't listen to me. Such a silly girl.
I really am. I couldn't even die if I wanted to. Learning that absolutely crushed me. My backup plan, the one escape route I had thought available to me, had been ripped away. My spirit crumbled, and I felt myself sinking into a vast darkness. I began losing my grip on myself, which is when I recalled Hayden's advice. Build a cocoon. It was the only option I had left, my final chance at protecting myself. Although ultimately, I was unsuccessful in that endeavor, as you know. But by that point, my mind and spirit had all but been lost. Eroded away by the years of solitude, the witch's whispers, the brief glimmer of happiness, and the eternal, boundless darkness it had left me in. It was in that moment that all light drained from my eyes. And it was in that moment that the maid was born.
Oh, dear Ismail, come over here. There's so many beautiful flowers.
No, Nelly, there's no need to run. You're gonna fall and you can't say I didn't warn you.
Hello. I've never seen you before. Are you the new maid?
Good afternoon, Lady Nellie. That is correct. It is an honor to serve you.
Oh. Did you do all of this?
I did not. The garden was your grandfather, Lord Hayden's work.
Wow. Is grandfather a wizard?
Perhaps he was. I am sure he would be delighted to know you like it.
Did grandfather like flowers?
Yes, he loved them quite dearly.
Wow. I love flowers too. I've never seen a garden with so many pretty flowers. Did you know these kinds of flowers is called a rose? Just like our name?
Why, yes, they do sound alike. And like the flowers, you are also a very sweet little girl.
Hey, what's your favorite color of a rose?
I like all colors.
But you don't like any the most? That's too bad. My favorite is pink. Pink roses are so pretty.
Indeed they are.
Ah, geez, there you are, Nelly. Oh, my apologies. Please don't mind my sister.
Oh, not at all. We were having the most wonderful time.
That's good. I imagine we'll be seeing each other around, so it's a pleasure to...
Dear smell, dear smell. Let's see what's inside like. Mother says I have my very own room.
Slow down, Nelly. I beg your pardon.
The inseparable siblings ran off toward the mansion, hand in hand. It was a heartwarming sight. But the next moment, when they stepped inside, I saw something else. The darkness enveloping the mansion seemed to flare up, the open door a gaping maw into its hungry bowels. The whole house looked as though it was cackling. It was, I presume, the witch Morgana's madness taking form, a manifestation of how she felt now that her centuries in the making wish was bearing fruit. Those two children were the ones Morgana had been waiting for. Had I still had any willpower to fight left in me, I would have taken them by the hands and sent them somewhere far away. I would have done something before the house swallowed them up. But instead, I just gently lowered my eyes. Misfortune would surely sink its teeth into those two children before long. Pain and misery would befall them. I knew no good lay ahead for them, but my heart had all but frozen solid. I had my hands full taking care of myself. So I let Hayden's beloved grandchildren fall into the witch's hands. I was, for all intents and purposes, Morgana's marionette.
At long last, it has arrived. The time I've been waiting for so long, has arrived. Darling, devoted Giselle, I know not how to describe for you the fire and excitement burning within me. Oh, I know. I can tell you my story. Tell you exactly what the mild-mannered little boy once did. You'll be open to listen now, won't you, dear, my dear? And you'll surely understand that I am doing nothing wrong. Because you're my ally, my trusty servant. You and I, we live in the same world. We're as close as family. Are we not?
Yes, as you say.
So let us curse them, all of them. Let us inflict a pain worse than physical torture on them. Let us put their souls on the rake for all eternity. Crush them, make them suffer, curse them. Now, listen carefully, Giselle. This is a tale of wicked men and my curse upon them.
The witch spat her curses for some time. The bile overflowing from her words, the pure, unadulterated hatred brimming within, consumed me more than the horrifying things they described. She was brutally honest, each word a carefully sharpened blade of animosity. How much bitterness did you have to carry inside you to become like her? How long did you have to feel nothing but hatred to become like her? I felt like if I let my guard down, I would be consumed by her enmity. It would become mine, and I would grow to despise them myself. All the while, I kept my mind on one single thing. That is, what was left of my mind, locked away inside a shell of my own creation. It was that solitary truth that allowed me to hold on to my human emotions, to continue believing. I'm always waiting. My love will never fade. When I was still my old self, I called them master and would do anything for them. Michael, that was their name. They were beautiful. They had curly white hair and ruby eyes. They are going to come for me. Michael, all I can remember about you is your name, your glassy white skin, your fiery red eyes, and your snow-colored hair. Nothing else. And that's why, when I saw her that night, drifting from the storm raging outside, I thought, you're finally here. Because I didn't remember enough to know any better. You already know who I speak of, don't you? The person who called upon Rose Manor that fated stormy night. The girl with almost translucently pale skin, chillingly white hair, and eyes like jewels. Ah, what a beautiful girl. Her hair, her eyes, her porcelain skin. It all matches the person in my memories. She must be the one I've been waiting for. If she is, is something the matter?
No, I just thought I felt someone watching us.
It's only your imagination, I'm sure. If not your imagination, then perhaps some unseen force was watching you.
Unseen force?
Are you familiar with how people refer to this mansion?
Rose Manor.
Yes, indeed. It is called Rose Manor because you can smell the sweet fragrance of the rose garden even at a great distance. But that is not what I meant. It is said that a witch resides within the house.
A witch? I have not heard of any such stories.
You probably wouldn't have. It was a very, very long time ago. Nothing you need concern yourself with.
You have a particular presence about you.
Should I consider that a compliment? Feel your presence, she says. Does she sense something in me as I do her? This has to be her then. Her name. I need to ask her name. It's getting late. You should get some rest. A room has already been set aside for you. But first, may I ask you one thing?
Yes?
I do not believe you have given me your name yet.
My name. My name is Michelle.
Ah, I knew it. You are the one.
What?
You're the one I have been waiting for. I have endured so much in anticipation of this moment, so that I could reunite with you. You came to this place to see me again, did you not? Held tight to those wonderful memories until you could make it back to me. I never gave up hope. I always believed, and I hope you'll praise me for that. And I ask you to please say my name. To please make me...
I don't know anything about you. I'm sorry. You seem to be confusing me with someone. We have never met before now.
You jest. You are Michael, are you not?
That is my name, yes. But it's a fairly common name. Surely you're confusing me with...
That cannot be. That white hair, white skin, those red eyes. And that name, the name of the Archangel. Everything about you is the same. How can you say you are not my Michael? Please, Michael, remember for me.
Stay away from me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude, but,
You would reject me?
I'm so sorry. I honestly don't know you.
You care nothing anymore for the time we spent together?
We have not spent any time together.
You would deny everything?
I'm sorry.
I see. I see. So you feel nothing for me anymore? You do not need to say anything. I understand. You are feeling a great deal of disgust toward me.
No,
Or perhaps it is fear. Yes, you were always so kind. You would not easily allow yourself to succumb to hatred. I understand. Please, forget everything I've said.
Who are you?
I am but a simple maid, nothing more. Laughable, isn't it? I no longer recognize Michael as anything more than a concept. Man or woman, elderly or infant, as long as they had white hair, red eyes, and the right name, they were you. I needed anything I could get. I was so desperate the thought never even crossed my mind that she was not you. What do you think, seeing me like this? That I'm helpless and hopeless? Listen to this, Morgana. Michael is back. She's finally come for me. But she does not remember anything, it seems. Not me, not our past, nothing. She saw me and was afraid, in fact. Are you listening, Morgana?
Ah, darling, devoted Giselle. You poor, pitiful soul. That must have been quite hurling. But don't worry, you still have me. Besides, this might not be your only chance. As long as you continue on, Michael could appear before you again.
Do you think she will remember me next time?
I can't say. That's up to Michael. You do have another option, though. Forget Michael yourself and seek out a new master. Someone who can be yours. Someone dedicated and faithful. Who needs you. Someone worthy of this mansion.
Someone who needs me?
That's right. Michael didn't need you after all. It's alright. Don't worry. You have plenty of time. come on, that scene would have been fun.
This music, though.
It is something.
The track is called Everyone's Crying, in case you're curious.
Thank you.
Fitting name.
Alms for the poor, please.
Raining again today. I kind of wonder what happened to him after he fled from the mansion. Although, I suppose it doesn't much matter to me. The witch is surely watching him. Such a dreadful storm. It sounds like someone crying. I was, at that point, completely out of my mind. Broken. My smiles, frowns, and gasps had all been replaced with imitations. Shortly afterward, the flaxen-haired boy moved out of the house and went on to become a priest. The girl fell ill a few years later, her disease eventually taking her life. But the boy never once returned home. The Rhodes family crumbled. I couldn't bring myself to grieve for them, or to reflect on Hayden's sorrowful end. I simply waited for time to begin moving once more. Little remains to be said about my broken self. But as I stated before we began, this is the maid's tale. So I would like to take this opportunity to elaborate on events I was unable to show you before. That is, if you can bear listening to such a dismal, miserable story. I already told you of my meeting with the beast, so I will begin the second tale from here. After Bestia slaughtered the merchant who showed up at the mansion, his mad laughter echoing through the halls.
Did you hear that? Oh, did you hear his screams? He's heard as a monster.
A mutilated body lay sprawled across the living room floor. As you can imagine, that was my first time ever seeing such a bloody, mangled corpse. I could not look directly at it, so I averted my eyes.
Hey, you saw it. I just proved that beasts are stronger than humans.
Indeed you did.
Ah, I know. I got a great idea. You asked if I wanted to become the master. And I said I did. Which means you work for me. Isn't that right? So you do whatever I tell you to do, won't you?
What would you have me do?
Chop off his arms and legs and make a stew out of him. And don't you hesitate, or you end up like him.
Yes, Master. He's trying to assert his total dominance over me. That's not proper behavior for the Master. Although I am the one who offered him the role.
Do it.
He's an utterly mad beast. But am I really all that different? There's blood all over my hands. Sounds like someone's laughing. Is it him, or is it her? No matter what happens, it won't affect me. The cocoon is not the real me. I was looking down at what could only be described as a pile of human debris. I had done this, but that fact did not register with me. I felt nothing at all. Not regret, not anger, not sorrow or despair.
Put it on the fire. He said he traded in spices. I should give him a very unique flavor.
How am I supposed to work with this? I was, quite simply, puzzled. No one had ever made such a request of me in my hundreds of years at the mansion. That's all I was, puzzled. But he interpreted it as hesitation or fear. So he grabbed me by the shoulder, knocked me to the floor, and skewered me with that curious blade of his. For the first few moments, he wore that deranged grin of his, but as the seconds passed, it slowly transformed into shock. Not a drop of blood spilled from my breast. And the instant he realized it, I saw revulsion in his eyes. Him, of all people. A man who cackled as he slaughtered others was disgusted by a mere maid. It was absurd. So much so, I almost wanted to cry.
You.
Is that all, Master? Are you not going to dismember me? You could try stabbing my face, or my neck, or my stomach, or any other part of me. Perhaps then I might die. Oh, now, don't look at me like I'm some exotic creature.
Stop that. Quit laughing.
Why should I? My only distinctive feature is my smile. I have nothing else. My hands are covered in blood, but I can still smile. It's ridiculous.
I get it now. You're the rich, aren't you? Ah, I see. Only monsters ever had a place here. Every so often I hear a woman's voice in my head. That's you, isn't it? You're the witch!
Monster, witch, maid. What am I? Who is Giselle? Michael said she was spirited, true to herself, that she often laughed and cried and shouted. But I don't know anyone like that. I'm just a maid. Nothing more than a servant. The woman's voice he had said he heard was probably the real witch's. But I had no interest in that. I almost would have preferred not having to think about anything at all. Nothing would cause me to waver if my head was empty. A world without joy or sorrow sounds quite wonderful. But nothing ever went the way I planned. For the white-haired girl, whom I thought I would never see again, appeared before me once more. I was quite nearly in a panic. Beneath my perfectly practiced smile was a veritable storm of emotions. Faint hope flared up within my shell. Perhaps this time, Michael would remember me. But that hope was, unsurprisingly, in vain.
Is someone there?
Yes, I came by to ask if there was anything you needed. I cannot offer you anything extravagant, not like before, but I'm here to provide you with anything in my capacity.
I appreciate the offer, but I need nothing. Being allowed to stay the night is more than enough. Do you work here in the mansion?
Yes, indeed I do. I have been here for a very, very long time.
A very long time? You might think this is an odd question, but have we met before? Something about you seems familiar. And I get the feeling I have been to this mansion before.
Yes, we have met. It was quite some time ago, though.
When was it?
It was an unimaginably long time ago. Do you remember a boy and girl with flaxen hair?
Flaxen hair. I apologize. My memory fails me.
Do you not remember me either? I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember anything this time either. But I will not be so pushy this time. I could not bear to be so blatantly rejected again. I see. You should probably not push yourself to remember them. There were joyous times, and there were less than joyous times. But would you be so kind as to answer one question? What might your name be?
My name is Michelle.
White hair, red eyes, and the name Michael. Why must you continue to bring me pain? Why can you not set me free as you were supposed to? I see. So you're Michael again.
Again?
You should get some rest. I will make tea for you in the morning. Also, go on, close your eyes. The white-haired girl lay so quietly in her bed I could not tell whether she was asleep or awake. Even the sound of her breathing was too faint to hear. Standing over her, looking down at her, the locked-away despair and wails of lamentation I thought myself no longer capable of came bubbling back to the surface. But can you honestly blame me? I had been waiting for Michael for so long. She was the one thing holding me up. She was the only thing keeping my broken self from falling apart completely. Yet she claimed not to remember me. Did you pity her, having to go through tragedy after tragedy? But every time she showed up, she said she did not know me, bringing me more and more grief. I have been waiting for hundreds of years. Waiting for her for so long, my mind slipping away with every passing day, waiting and waiting and waiting. My apologies. I have to be careful, or I'll slip back to what I was then. If you weren't here holding my hand now, Tell me, you are Michael, aren't you? That's a relief to hear. Yes, thank you. I'm all right. Do you think I'm as muddled as I feel? Let us return to the tale then. You don't know what it feels like. You don't know how much it hurts for someone you've waited so long for to say they don't know you. You have no idea how much it crushes me. Rather than feel like this anymore, maybe I should just end it all with my own hands. I reached my hands out toward her slender neck. I was not an especially strong woman, but I thought even I would be able to suffocate her with relative ease. She was blind at that, so she wouldn't be able to run. However, that was one thing I could not bring myself to do. ran and I ran and I ran, though I knew I had nowhere to run, plunging myself into the mansion's darkness. I did not want to be there any longer. I did not want to have anything to do with her. But being an inhuman inhabitant of the house, I could not close my eyes or plug my ears to what happened within its walls, as much as I may have wanted to. It didn't matter where I was. I had no say in the matter. I was forced to observe the events until their tragic conclusion. Twisted, bloody madness. Their wretched wails creating a whirlwind of misery. When it was all over, Morgana cackled like a little girl.
Go on. You can laugh too, my dear. There's nothing in the world better than this. He was a beast, through and through. And what a fool he was to think he could become human. Oh, I love it. He destroyed everything he had with his own hands. And then couldn't even manage to mourn for it. Quite the unfortunate fate, wouldn't you say? Go on, laugh with me. Laugh with me, my darling devoted Giselle.
Michael is dead too, though.
You worried about that tiny little detail? She'll show up again, of course. You don't need to worry about a thing. You don't need to feel bad for any of this carnage. Rest easy, my darling devoted Giselle.
If you say so, then I shall not be concerned.
Yes, that's good. Laugh. Laugh, my dear.
I apologize for making you listen to my dreadful stories for so long. You must be quite weary of them by now. But worry not, for this is the final one. And despite being the end, it is neither dramatic nor exciting. It was a single phrase, the most insignificant of things, that caused me to completely lose myself and forget I had long ago been the woman called Giselle. There was no malice in it. It was but a simple greeting. Do you remember how the first time she arrived, Michael said I had a peculiar presence about me? She felt something there between us. And the second time, she said something about me seemed familiar. She did not remember why, but her soul recognized the bonds we shared. So I assumed that the next time she showed up, she would feel something even stronger. Or perhaps even have her memories. Despite having been let down again and again, I still held on to the faintest glimmer of hope. But when she appeared, she was someone else's wife.
Hey, headmaid. Get out here.
I am right here, sir. Is something the matter?
I think you get to know her as soon as possible, since you'll be spending a lot of time looking after her.
Hmm?
Hey, get out here! Christ, there's not a goddamn confident bone in your body, is there?
I'm sorry. I'll be right out.
The first thing she said when she saw me was,
It's a pleasure to meet you.
"It's a pleasure to meet you." What had I spent all that time waiting for? It was all for naught. It was all meaningless. In this era, she felt nothing at all for me. In retrospect, it makes enough sense. But for me at the time, that was the end. Morgana, Morgana, cast me into darkness. Make me a formless being like you. I don't want to be here another second. I don't want to look at her ever again. Morgana! Morgana! Please, listen to me. I'm begging you.
Now. What's the matter, my dear? It's not like you to throw the tantrum.
I can't take it anymore. I can't do this.
Michael again? Oh, you poor thing. Betrayed 3 times now.
Morgana.
You pitiful girl. Don't groan like you've been having a bad dream, my dear. I am here for you.
Please, Morgana. Erase me from existence.
If you go away, then I will be all alone. And that would be absolutely dreadful.
But I...
Tell me, what torments you so, my dear?
What?
Michael?
Whom I've been waiting on for so long, doesn't...
Oh, you poor thing. You spent so long riding the currents of time that you lost sight of yourself.
What?
You've convinced yourself that someone else's story is your own.
Someone else's?
Yes, indeed. It was such a beautiful, tragic tale you fall in love with. It resonated so deeply with you that you felt their pain as if it were your own.
What are you talking about?
I wanted to tell you, my dear, but we were so convinced it actually happened to you that I couldn't bring myself to take it away.
Then what about Michael?
She is not the one you're waiting for. And you are not hers either.
Then what about Giselle?
That is not your name.
Then who am I?
Who are you? Haha. That's a very silly question. You are this mansion's cursed witch.
I'm the witch?
That you are. You are both the maid and the witch.
But how?
Do you truly believe that someone who has eternal life, who doesn't bleed when they're cut, and who can smile no matter what happens to her isn't a witch? How many of these Giselle's memories do you possess, my dear? How clearly can you remember her life? You can't, can you? You don't know what kind of story Giselle and Michael wove. And you wouldn't because you were merely an onlooker. Much like you are now for this present tale. And by contrast, how much of the witch's story do you know? You should know it very well.
Yes, but that's because you...
No, my telling it to you is not the reason. The details are rooted deep within your memory.
Then I'm...
That's right. You are the cursed witch Morgana.
But you...
I am you. You split into two because you refused to accept who you were. Think about it. Have I ever shown myself to you? Have I ever shown myself to anyone? That's why.
I am the witch?
That you are.
I see. It all makes sense now. Everything has fallen into place. There's one thing I still don't understand, though. The story I was so enamored with, Giselle's and Michael's story. What kind of story was it?
I would be glad to tell you. You look like you're ready to know the truth.
I believed every word she said. All my worries melted away like they were nothing. The sight of the white-haired girl no longer kicked up waves in my heart. In fact, I found myself wishing for her to find happiness. I was an observer, watching and hoping for the best. The tragedy that befell her did sadden me. but I felt bad for her like I would a character in a story. I brought you your medicine, Master.
Thank you. Just set it down over there. Yes? What are you staring at?
My apologies. I was simply musing about how much time has passed. I can hardly believe it has been 40 years since you were a bright young businessman.
And you haven't aged a day.
Why, thank you. I am a witch, after all.
Well, I don't much care what you are. You could be the Grim Reaper for all I care. You still work harder than anyone else.
May I ask you a question, Master?
What is it?
Why have you not returned to your homeland? I thought it was a place quite dear to you.
I can't wait for her back there.
Do you still believe she will return? To a degree, I understand how difficult it can be to wait. Though for me, waiting now brings more joy than pain. With your lifespan, Master, it will be the pain that wins out. Perhaps you should consider letting go?
Tell me, was that name really Michelle?
Why, yes, it most certainly was. But why would you ask such a thing? Have you forgotten your own wife's name? You have waited so long that it would seem, like me, some part of you has begun to break down. You poor, poor man.
You know, you look a whole lot more pitiful than me.
Oh my.
Oh, there you are.
What has you in such a flurry, my dear? You are a noble servant. You must maintain your composure at all times.
But the master.
What about him?
He was found deceased in his chambers. The doctor just came out. He said it was his ailment. And it would seem the master knew his time was short, for he left the will, asking not to be given a funeral.
I see.
I feel kinda bad for him though. Not only did he not have anyone at his side for his final moments, he didn't want to be sent off at all. Isn't that sad?
It is for the best. There is not a single soul in this world left who could send him off. With your era drawn to an end, this mansion will soon return to existing nowhere in this world. I wonder what the next one will look like. I wonder if misfortune will befall her once more. That would be quite regrettable. Perhaps If I could convince her of her tragic fate, she would be willing to disappear from this realm with me. And if she wishes to fight that fate, perhaps she will become my next master. Calling her master seems inappropriate, but I cannot think of a word that fits better. I eagerly await the next era. Please do not keep me waiting for long, Master. Time pressed onward. And then, at long last, you arrived. Oh, splendid. You have finally awoken. I have simply been waiting so long for this moment. Tending to the mansion all by my lonesome, ensuring it was ready for your return, Master, whenever that time may be. When I caught sight of you through the window, my heart fluttered. The time had finally arrived. Oh my, you do not know who I am? Do you not know who you are, either? That is quite the predicament. And how about this? I am a servant of this mansion, and as such, I am familiar with the many incidents that have taken place here. I shall show you the history of this house, Master. Let us be off, then. And fear not, I merely entreat you not to let go of my hand. Should you hold it tightly, you need not worry about being washed away by the waves of history. No matter what happens, you mustn't let go of my hand. No matter what happens, no matter what you see, never again let go of this hand. That is everything.
I prepared a number of things to say when she was finished with her tale, but I can't manage to put any of them into words. I almost hate myself for thinking it'd be so easy, for letting myself hope I could simply pull her back to her old self, accept whatever had happened to her, take her hand in mine, and that would solve everything. The truth is so much worse than I imagined, so much more harrowing. She was subjected not only to her own terrible fate, but every single one of this house's tragedies. The tales she told me are things she witnessed with her own eyes. How can I possibly blame her for forgetting me, for forgetting herself? After so many hundreds of years. No, I should be.
Why didn't you come for me?
Why couldn't I have returned before she was so far gone?
Why did you show up now?
Giselle.
Because you opened the door to my memories, I now remember everything. But I didn't want to remember. I didn't want to be reminded of all those empty years, of the people who passed on, leaving me behind, of you who refused to show up no matter how much I begged. I'm not the Giselle you knew anymore. I may have my memories, but I cannot go back to that time. My hands are stained with blood, my soul worn thin. The girl who would laugh at the simplest things, who would tell silly jokes and wasn't afraid to speak her mind, doesn't exist anymore. That Giselle is dead. How can you say I am the same girl? How can you say I feel the same way I did? How can you be sure that even now, I still love you? Can you deny the possibility that I no longer yearn for you? But the white-haired girl? Can you deny the possibility that my love for you has transformed into hate?
She brings her hands up towards my throat, and I make no attempt to move out of her way. When the fingers brush against my skin, I feel as frigid as death itself, far colder than anything I've felt from her thus far. If she were to wrap her hands around my neck, she would even have to squeeze to stop me from breathing. This is the fork in our old road. One word will decide everything. I don't have much time. I had to say something before the cold roused me in my voice. I wanted to deny it. She may have forgotten me, but what she felt still remains, as evidenced by her attraction to the white-haired girl. It had many physical similarities to me. Her feelings are still there. I sincerely believe that. But her arctic gaze caused me to waver for the briefest moment. Perhaps I only wanted to deny it for my own selfish reasons. It was only a few short seconds. Those seconds decided it all.
Farewell, Michael.
She slides her slender fingers down my neck, then gently shoves me back. Giselle! I'm falling, sinking into my own darkness. I reach my hand out, but I cannot grasp anything. Her hand, the hand I held for all this time, is so far away. I try to shout, but nothing comes out. I can neither answer her original question, nor say her name. Down and down, into the infinite void. Darkness consumes everything. My voice, my hands, my very being. In her gaze, unconsciousness slips away. Why? Why did I hesitate? Wish I could have at least told you that I still loved you, even if you did not love me.
Are you sure you really wanted to let him go?
Yes, I am sure.
I see. I don't think I'll ever understand. If you hate someone, you should chain them down and torture them for all eternity. It was the perfect opportunity to trap his soul.
I do not hate him.
Oh, is that so, my dear? After everything you said, I simply assumed.
I could never come to hate him. I could never want to see him dead or tortured.
Oh. Then why did you say what you did?
I don't think you would understand.
Probably not. I'm not particularly interested in understanding either. It doesn't matter what happened in the interim. In the end, nothing changed, has it, my dear? You are still my darling, devoted. With enough time, you'll once more forget your name. What a wonderful world this is. Well, we got the ending.
Yeah. I just need to press it faster.
Oh, okay.
Of course. I'll deny it. When I was floating in the darkness, I heard a voice. Regrettably, it took me far too long to realize. It was your voice, crying for help, calling for me. You may have lost hold on your old self, but somewhere deep down, you kept calling for me. Which is how I found my way here. I refuse to believe that isn't real. I refuse to stomp on a love that survived for hundreds of years. By all means, hate me. And that's how you feel? That's how you feel. I don't care if you spit bio at me for the rest of eternity. I would not let go of this hand. Because he asked me not to.
I could kill you right now.
That's what you want? Then go right ahead. But I'll fight you with all I got. Giselle, I miss you too much to lose you again. I don't care if it makes you despise me. I don't care if you think I'm being inconsiderate. I want to save you.
But I am not the Giselle you once knew. I'm an abomination. My mind and body are twisted beyond recognition. I'm a disgusting monster. The woman you fell in love with does not exist anymore. So just forget about me. You are the one who should be saved, set free from me.
You look the same to me. Your manner of speaking, your temperament, your physical appearance may all have changed. But you're still the same Giselle I love.
You should never have done anything for a foolish girl like me. You gave your life to save mine. And I hated you for that. I never once considered how you felt with those knights pointing their blades at you, or what drove you to allow me to live. I should have, but I didn't. I was the one who trusted the witch. And yet I complained when you never showed up. I unfairly resented you for it. I'm a horribly self-centered person. You would be so much better off with someone pure and unburdened with all this nasty suspicion and doubt and animosity. You would be so much happier with someone like her.
Giselle.
You've been paying attention, haven't you? You were there for all the tales I told you. For everything that has happened up to this moment. But you should know just how loathsome a woman I am. Too weak to even keep herself together.
No, Giselle.
I'm nothing compared to her.
Giselle! See? You haven't changed one bit. You still get louder and louder the more you lose your temper. Why do you feel the need to compare yourself to her?
Because she is a better match for you.
Giselle? I want you to listen very carefully to what I'm about to say. I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. And I want you to believe when I say that I dearly missed you from the bottom of my heart. I wanted you back, and that has not changed. Believe me. I love you.
I miss you so much too.
Thank you. She leaps into my arms, and she's just as cold as ever. Her warmth, deprived body feels like embodiment of all my mistakes. I wrap my arms around her, and immediately filled with unparalleled relief. Even as she sobs into my chest, her body cold as ice. And then, the darkness parts. We are once more at the top of the observation tower, still shrouded in a miasma of shadows, but we're back in the mansion now. I've emerged from the darkness in our heart.
Michael.
Yes?
I'm sorry.
For what?
I never should have erased you from my memories. Yours are the memories I needed to hold on to tightest. I was so glad to hear you say you still love me, even after learning the truth about me. Thank you so much.
I'm incredibly relieved. As I watched, it felt like you were slipping farther and farther away from me, Giselle. It terrified me. Maybe it makes me a coward or pitiful. But I was truly afraid of you coming to hate me.
I would never hate you, Michael. Ever.
Thank you. We must leave this place.
What?
It would not be wise for us to remain here long. The air is still thick with darkness.
But the front door won't open. And even if we could get out from somewhere, what would happen to us? We finally found each other again after so long. I want to share a quiet, modest life with you, like before. What if that all disappears when we step outside? After all, we are...
She doesn't finish, but I feel like I know what she was going to say. We're different now. She's a step far outside the bounds of mortality. The same can be said of me. I am the man known as Michael is long since dead. The mansion itself does not follow the rules of nature either. As beings no longer in possession of their proper forms, stepping outside these walls could very well mean the end of us. I can't say what might lay in this store. We must return.
Even though by staying here, we could be together for all time.
I don't imagine that would be a very happy life. There's no sun here, no chirping birds, no trees or breeze to rustle the leaves. If we stay here, the nothingness will eat away at us. We'll finally reattain our old selves. We need to take action now, while we can.
What if I say I want to stay here?
And I'll drag you out.
It's almost like we've switched places. Back then, it was you who wanted to stay. It's also kind of funny hearing you speak favorably of the outside, and especially the sun.
The words, "It's all thanks to you," are on my lips, but before I can say them, I find myself hypnotized by her smile. That smile has picked me up so many times. She claims that her only redeeming feature, but if she didn't have it, my life would have gone in a very different direction. I'm grateful to have gotten that back too.
Say, we're in the middle of a very, touching reunion, wouldn't you say?
I suppose so, yes.
And wouldn't you say there's a certain way these things usually go?
Huh?
Are you really going to make me say it? I was, hoping you might perhaps kiss me?
What?
What? Oh, seriously, what? Where did all that boldness from a second ago go? What happened to all that momentum you were building?
Yeah, about that. I think that might be more appropriate, later.
Later? How much later?
After we find the exit. We're, in a hurry.
You're just making excuses because you don't want to.
I swear that's not it. Giselle? Let's set up for when things aren't as crazy. I can't relax and enjoy it right now.
What are you, 12?
Oh, hush.
All right, fine. But you'd better keep your word, got it?
Promise.
Let's go then. Let's find our way out of the mansion. There, our frozen time should begin moving again. That's hopefully where our future waits.
It will be. No, we'll make it so.
Yes, we will.
If we leave the mansion, I should release our souls as well. In doing so, she'll finally provide her deliverance. So mustn't hesitate. To end all of this, for both of us, we must start again. This is where we...
What?
Darkness. There's a blackness purer than anything I've experienced in this house. Not a trace of light anywhere to be found. Why did I ever think the house would let us go so easily? Why did I ever think our time in the darkness was over?
Michael!
The darkness surges through the open door like a wave, flooding the observation tower, like ivy growing wildly to cover every last inch of every surface, consuming, defiling, eroding. Our fingers slip apart, and concentrated rancor rains down upon us.
How hideous a world this is.
No! Michael! Please, please. Don't let go of my hand.
Giselle!
Michael!
I said I would never let her go again. I said I would get her out of this place. I swore I would. As hard as I try to stretch, I can't reach her hand.
Help! Michael! I can't move. I can't move my body.
I went out of my way to give you a beautiful tragedy. So why must you so stubbornly insist on this ugliness? The more you struggle, my dears, the thicker and more playable your fitfulness comes. Ah, it's sickening. Wouldn't you agree?
She always began her bio with a song-like cadence, singing like a little girl, chirping like a morning bird. She celebrates misery. She watches for the worst possible moment to let out a cackle. Morgana!
I swear you two are hopeless. I pity you. I give you my deepest condolences.
Let go. Let me go. Don't take me away from him.
Giselle! The darkness seeping into her grew thicker by the moment, and its black tendrils weren't just wrapped around her, but me as well. Stop it, Morgana! Let her
go? Wow, nothing more original. I need a devoted puppet to protect this mansion for me. So I can't give her up. Not even at your request. Besides, why should I give back something you threw away? Something you abandoned again and again.
What are you talking about?
You still haven't figured it out, my dear. Or are you just figuring ignorance of your own conviction? You always did like to withhold anything that might prove disadvantages.
Michael.
Giselle, give me your hand! Reach harder! Reach as hard as you can! Grab my hand!
I can't do it. It's like I'm tied up. I can't move at all.
She's right there. She's waited so many hundreds of years for me. Finally managing to reclaim herself. And she's right there. Why can't my hand go any further? Why can't I reach her wrist, her hand, or even a strand of her flowing hair? Why can't I get her back again?
Michael!
Her voice is growing fainter, more distant. The darkness routs her, taking her away from me. Her arms, her fingers, the hand she led me with. The smiling face, her once glowing grin, her now more modest smile. The richest darkness is stealing every last bit of her. Stop! Please, don't do this! Take me instead of her! Why does it have to be her? Why her? Morgana!
Why? Because your work is done, my dear. By all accounts, as the one who resurrected me, you should have become my guide as well. But you let a silly woman emotionally manipulate you, and you gave up on cursing others. And then you threw away your life. Deluded into thinking you were protecting her.
Morgana!
You already gave up the position once. Don't think you can just walk up and ask for it back.
Set Giselle free. I'll do anything you ask. You need a puppet? I'll be your puppet. You want more from me? It's yours for the taking. I can't leave her to remain in this cursed house any longer.
You certainly have let your obsession for this girl take its toll on you. I much prefer the old, Mrs. Cynical Michael.
It wasn't until I met Giselle that I truly become human. She made me into what I'm supposed to be. I can't lose her again.
Is that so? Well, you'll come to the harsh realization soon enough that everything you saw in her was just a facade.
It was not.
Alright then. If you want her back so badly, you can have her. But in exchange, I want you to entertain me. Will you endure agony for me? Will you know pain enough to make you howl? Will you face despair? Again and again and again. If you need her that badly, you can bear anything, can't you?
If that is what you want from me, that will allow her to see the sun once more.
Brilliant.
Wait, Morgana! Morgana!
As you wish, foolish boy. I was looking for a way to keep busy anyway. So I'll use you to kill some time. Find your way to me, my dear. Find your way to me without growing mad or succumbing to despair. And do hurry, or she might lose her mind again. Those memories you forced her to reveal, those hundreds of years she spent locked away in her shell, all that fear that ate away at her. It's a bit too much to have to reflect on with a clear mind, wouldn't you say?
That's why I need to be there for her. Why I have to get her out of here. That's my obligation to her.
You're the one who let go of her hand, though. You can put a broken cup back together, but the slightest tap in the wrong place will shatter it again.
Morgana! The witch's cackling fades into the distance. My outstretched hand is completely enveloped in the shadows. I can't even make out the faintest outline of it. I can't tell if I'm sinking, floating, being pushed along some invisible stream, or falling with incredible speed. My eyes are open, but I can't detect nothing. The complete lack of sound is almost painful. Nothing, anything, anywhere, void. My consciousness begins to drift. Vague remnants of the feeling of her hand in mine, my only link to reality, my one and only landmark. Giselle, I must get her back. She waited, enduring for hundreds, no, almost 1,000 years. And now, it's my turn to act. I have to hold that resolve, hold it firm, so that I never forget her again, so that I never lose myself again, even if I'm consumed by the darkness. You must never back down. You must never look away. You must never lose her.
Hey, Master? Hello? Is anyone in there? Master? Oh, good. Welcome back. What's gotten into you? I thought you had fallen asleep with your eyes open.
I am not accustomed to people needing my attention, or I suppose, talking face to face at all. This is my mansion? Giselle's right in front of me, smiling like she always did. Smiling for me, not hurt. Giselle?
You have been alone for 10 years. But now I'm living here with you. So what do you say we do a little practice conversation?
Practice conversation? What exactly do you think I am?
Yeah. No offense intended. I just thought it'd be nice if you had more back and forth skills.
So in short, you're saying I'm such a poor conversationalist. I need training?
Hey, don't get so sniffy. That's not what I meant. I'm saying we don't talk enough, and I want to talk to you more. It's fun.
No. This is an old memory. And when Giselle first returned to the mansion, we were just starting our new life together. We were still feeling around in the dark. What exactly would you like to talk about then?
Each other, of course.
I have nothing to say.
Now. Let's not be rash. It can be anything. Things you like, things you don't like. Start with something small, insignificant.
Does that serve any purpose?
It does, yes. The more you know about someone, the closer you feel to them, and the better friends you can become.
Is that how it works?
Now that that's out of the way, ask me something. Ask me anything, and I'll gladly answer.
Her eyes are lit up like a child's. she really so eager to converse with me? I don't believe it.
What's the matter? I'm ready for anything.
Very well. I'll ask whatever comes to mind.
Go for it.
You haven't told me your age.
My age? Take a guess.
I thought she would tell me anything. Are you 20?
Wow, you're exactly right. You're surprisingly astute, Master.
What's surprising about that?
I didn't expect you to get it on your first try. Have you been secretly watching me? Oh, Master, you're making me blush. Why the silent death stare?
Struck with an overwhelming urge to hurl you out a window.
Oh, you're no fun. Okay, it's your turn now. How old are you, Master?
As I recall, I should be 27 this year.
Oh, wow. You're much older than I expected.
What did you expect?
You are very mellow, like I would expect of an older man. But every once in a while, you get the impression of a teenage boy. For what it's worth, I mean that in a good way.
For what it's worth. Tell me about your family.
You want to know about my family? We were pretty normal, I think. Not much interesting about us. We had been able to get citizenship in the capital, but we weren't super rich or anything. In fact, it was because we were having money troubles that I ended up here. It's not easy for 3 women to make it on their own.
You didn't have a father or any brothers?
No, we lost my father to a plague when I was young. And since then, it's been me, my mother, and my older sister. But they're both bright, lively people. Our family motto is, a smile can make anything better.
Yeah, that explains why I can still smile now. You're not nearly succumbing to despair.
I've always kind of wanted some brothers, though.
Men are more suited to physical labor, yes.
Not quite what I was going for. I feel like, I don't know, the kinds of things you would ask a brother and a sister for help with are different. I'm not sure how to explain it, but a guy with broad shoulders and muscular arms is someone you can look up to, for instance. Someone who looks like they'd always keep you safe.
She's never been betrayed by family, it would seem. She can't even imagine family hurting her. She has no idea. But those closest to you, those who are supposed to care about you more than anything, can be your greatest enemies. That blood is a bond heavier than any chain.
Master? I believe your brothers are still on your side.
It's been so long, I don't know what they are. I don't know what to think about me anymore.
I'm sure they're still your allies. You want to believe it too, don't you? You want to believe they're not enemies. Let's believe in them together, then. Anything you want to believe, you should. It's such a better way to look at the world than the other way around. You have to be positive, or one day you'll crack. Always remember to have faith so that doesn't happen.
I don't understand. She's honest about her emotions in a way I simply cannot be. She's the exact opposite of me in that regard. And yet, she can still read me. I don't get it. How can she understand me like that? It's like she can read my mind. If only I could just tell her everything. Make it all another page in her mindless chatter. Get everything weighing down off my chest.
Is something the matter?
You're cruel.
What?
I said you're cruel. I'm sorry. Ignore me.
In preparation for the day you can finally go back home, you're going to have to stop being such a picky eater.
Where did that come from?
Think about how terrible it would be if, when that day finally came, you went back sickly and weak and emaciated. You wouldn't be able to enjoy yourself. You're still all right, Master. You're doing okay. So let's try to keep you healthy.
Tell me about your preferences.
Wow, how very forward of you.
Huh?
My taste in men is the last thing I expected you to ask about, Master.
I don't recall specifying people.
Now, don't fret the details. It's only natural to be curious, so let's make it about that.
That's the last thing I wanted to talk about.
All right, then. Tell me about your first crush, Master.
And I had to start? I never had one.
What? No, I'm not buying it. You were living at home until 10 years ago, weren't you? Surely there was someone who caught your eye.
There was not.
Without missing a beat. Oh, fine. Then I'll go. My first crush was the son of a blacksmith. You missed the part where you asked, what kind of guy was he?
This is just such a pain.
Since you asked, he was a huge, muscular fellow. He was so tall, he would always hit his head on the doorway whenever he came to our shop to trade.
Oh.
Nice, beefy guys really are great, huh? They make your heart get all fluttery and tight.
Are you trying to imply I don't have a chance?
So I think that was more admiration than love. You know, the way a group of girls will get together and fawn over a popular, good-looking guy? It was like that.
So you're saying the buff bastard is popular?
Very much so. I wonder what love feels like. I never got the chance to find out before ending up like this. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to get all dark on you.
See whatever's on your mind. I don't deserve your consideration. It was my family that put you through that, after all. Perhaps it's my reticence that caused her to watch her step around me. Damn. I need to come up with something to say. When I was 14,
Oh?
you asked about my first crush.
Ah, I knew you had one. So tell me, what was she like?
She was the daughter of a noble family. Her name was Amy, and she was a year older than me.
Ah, love between nobility. A world I can only even imagine.
It never went anywhere.
What? You didn't try to woo her? You didn't shower her in presents? Were you, by chance, a late bloomer, Master?
She was my brother's fiancée.
Oh, I see. So it was a love that could never be realized. That's sad.
Not really. Besides, I don't feel anything for her anymore. What I felt then was just impulses.
I guess that makes us both inexperienced.
I suppose it does.
Okay. I think that's enough of that.
So it is. Do you like being here?
Of course. I love it here. Being with you, being able to talk to you like this.
See? That I don't understand.
What? Why not?
I find it difficult to believe there exists any reason speaking with me would be anything but unpleasant.
You're so negative.
Hush. Say that, for example, instead of me, there was someone not so pessimistic here. You'd rather be talking to them, wouldn't you?
I really do enjoy this. Truly. I will admit, my time down in that village was, for the most part, delightful. But, oh, how should I put this? I started realizing, yeah, I'm kind of forcing myself to fit that image. And I'm trying to convince myself that that's okay. But somehow, when I'm here, there's none of that. I wonder why that is.
I certainly wouldn't know.
I suppose you wouldn't. Ah, I know. Maybe I think of you as a kid now.
Come again?
I love talking to kids. Well, hey now, don't give me that look. What I'm trying to say is, you're very sincere, Master. You're not going to smile and then stab me in the back when I turn the other way. I can relax around you, which is nice.
I see.
You just blushed, didn't you? You're blushing, you adorable little thing. It's all right. You're allowed to fall for me.
Is there any window in particular you'd like to be thrown out of?
No fun at all. See what I was saying, Master? With just a short conversation, I know you better than I did before, and you me.
It's fine and well, but what do I do with that knowledge?
Huh? You don't do anything with it. It's fun learning things you didn't know before. That's all there is to it.
What happens when there's nothing left to learn?
That's a day I don't think will ever come. People are always changing, growing, so there is no upper limit to what you can know about them. There's always something new to discover. Maybe we'll be here for many more years, or maybe you'll be able to go home sooner than you expect. But either way, I hope we can continue getting to know each other until then. And of course, if you're open to it, it doesn't have to end there. We can continue getting to know each other for years to come. Hey now, what are you looking away for?
What do you think? Because you keep throwing me off balance. A few months ago I was doing everything in my power to avoid her. Yet now that smile of hers seems so oddly enchanting. I don't understand. I will do my best so that we can make this work.
I'm glad to hear it.
Giselle, I was too awkward back then to even compliment you on your smile, to put my feelings into words. I was too cynical to accept what you said at face value, which I know caused you plenty of grief. I'm not much better now than it was then, but I will tell you this. When I next see you, I want more than anything to let you know how much I adore your smile, how much I don't want to lose you or it ever again. Morgana.
You must never reclaim your old selves. Become my loyal servants, always at my side. And curse them with me, my dears. Eternal suffering on all their souls.
My consciousness wavering like a ship at sea, slowly drawn back to the surface, which each new breath, feeling gradually returns to my fingers. I can hear the pattering of rain from somewhere, and the sound crackling fire. Creak, creak, creak. Splitter, splitter, splitter. It takes a moment for me to realize I'm in the very same spot where I first awoke. I don't know how I got here, but I'm sitting in a rocking chair, hunched forward. My head feels like someone filled it with rocks, and I'm having difficulty focusing. My joints are creaking. I feel like I'm going to vomit. A suffocating odor hangs over the room. What is this? Giselle? Giselle? Everything comes back to me all at once. That's right. I watched Morgana kidnap her. I watched the witch drag her into the darkness, unable to reach her hand. Where are you, Morgana? Morgana? I know you're in there, cackling as you look down on me. Say something, witch! I will find you, and I will take her back. What on earth? There's a pool of liquid at my feet, rising just short of my ankles. It's sticky and uncomfortably warm. Every step I take makes splat, splat noises. This is blood. The mansion has taken on a very different face from when Giselle was leading me through its halls. Blood of unknown origin not only covers the floor, but also streams down the walls and drips from the ceiling. I'm speechless as I behold the dreadful scene. Every breath I take tastes and smells of rust. It's all so unreal. Beyond my comprehension. All I can do is stare, like Cass, feeling like I might pass out. Giselle, are you seeing this? The same twisted nightmare as me? An image of her floating alone in a vast sea of blood flashes through my mind. That vision kicks me into motion. I promise, I will come for you. So please, just hang in there for a little longer. I begin walking. More accurately, dragging my heavy feet forward. The constant splashing of blood against my ankle grates at my already taut nerves. Morgana told me to find my way to her. I can think of only one place she would be. She and Giselle must be there. The stained glass windows splattered with blood, too. It creates trails like streams of tears running down the Archangel's face. I give the window a brief glance before making my way to the door, leading to the observation tower. However, why won't it open? There shouldn't be a lock. So why? Lustrous black chains seal the metal door. I can recall no such obstruction present during either my life or my time hereafter. What on earth is going on in this house? No, that's not important right now. What matters is making it through this door. Damn it! I pull and push, but the chains won't give an inch. They feel sturdy enough that I probably couldn't cut through them either. There has to be some way. I consider giving up here and scouring the rest of the house. But I'm convinced the tower's my best chance. The fact that it's sealed now when it hadn't been before feels like a challenge more than a deterrent. I trace the electric chain with my hand, and at the end of it, I find a peculiar-looking lock into which the ends of several chains have been fed. There are 3 keyholes. Morgana fashioned a custom lock just for this. I need to find 3 keys to open the door then. But I have no idea where to begin my search. I live here for more than 10 years, yet it feels like I stepped into a strange land. No, it's not the same house. Searching blindly is only going to waste time. And the longer it takes, the more danger she's in. I met someone before. He had a key. It was before I had reclaimed myself, when I was exploring the mansion alone. Think, Michael. Who was it? The painting. Like everything else in the house, the painting's covered in blood. It depicts a serene rural landscape, only makes the contrast that much grimmer. I remember talking to this painting, assuming I wasn't hallucinating. I have a question for you. Are you awake? Please, wake up. Can you hear my voice? Please, say something. You reside here in the house like the witch, don't you? You've been here with her all this time, haven't you? Then you must know how to get into the observation tower. About the 3 keys that need to open the lock. I need to get into the tower. Please, tell me where I can find the keys. Say something, damn it! Answer my question!
Someone's there?
What? What's the matter?
I feel kind of strange. the which do something to me?
Please, get a hold of yourself.
Everything's oh, red. I can't stand it. I don't remember using that color.
I reach my hand up to try to wipe as much of the blood off of the canvas as possible, but I can't even smear it with my sleeve, let alone get it off.
You're wasting your time. But it's the thought that counts. Anyway, you had a question for me? Go on. I'm listening.
I guess the painting isn't on the witch's side, then. The door to the observation tower has been locked. You need to gather 3 keys, I think. That's my assumption, since the lock has 3 keyholes. Do you know of any such keys? If so, could you tell me where they might be?
Keys?
Please, stay with me. You're the only one I can ask for help.
Keys. I'm guessing this is probably in some way, connected to her past, but
Her past?
you know, the events the witch is always cursing about. What happened between her and those of the 3 men?
What happened between them?
The keys are probably with the 3 of them. The 3 shadows. You must have seen them.
3 men, shadows.
Find them. And you'll probably find the keys too. But watch yourself. They aren't likely to trust you easily. The depth of their sins grows greater the farther you go. Visit them in order. In order. The first one probably won't be a problem. So tell me something. You're Michael, aren't you?
What?
I've wanted to apologize to you for so long.
Wait! What do you mean? Do you know me? Did you? What do you want to apologize for? Tell me, please! Could you be... But why? How? When everything else is finished, I'm gonna need to visit this painting again. But now, I have other things to do. The painting gave me a hint about where I could find the keys. I don't know anything about this past Morgana was the 3 men. I never asked her about herself after all. So maybe I'm gonna end up having to do more than simply take Giselle back. Has our involvement with the witch caused us to be swept up into her twisted, maelstrom of fate? Regardless, I need to get to work. The painting said to visit them in order. Assuming he was referring to the order I entered the 3 doors. I make my way to the rose garden. The corridor leading there is a mess, and the wooden door is rotting away. I can smell the flowers on the other side. Everything is different from when I was alive, from when Giselle planted and raised that single rose. A scene from the past spreads out before me. The field of once proudly flourishing roses is now withered and gray. Knowing how beautiful it had once been only makes it that much more dispiriting. A bit of breeze brushes past me. Solitude hangs over the garden like a thick fog, eating away at me. This isn't what I wanted. Someone, get me out of here. Oh God, tell me, it's not all my fault. A young man in shadow stands off to his side, muttering listlessly to himself. I recognize his voice. Do you have the key? The boy and I have never met. I feel like I know him quite well, like we have been acquainted for many years. I know how polite and mild-mannered he is. I know how kind, how vulnerable, how human his heart is. However, very little of the boy seems to remain. This isn't what I wanted. Oh God. Please, answer me. Someone, get me out of here. Tell me, it's not my fault. Answer me, Mel Rhodes. I know that's you. Huh? As soon as I say the shadow's name, it turns to face me. I still can't make out much detail, but he seems slightly less tenuous now. Who are you? How do you know my name? My name is Michael. I once lived here in this mansion. Michelle, I know that name. I know that name. I know it very well. But something's not right. You look different from the Michelle I remember. I'm not the Michelle you know. Our names simply sound the name. Same. Oh. That makes sense. She would never come see me. I have a question for you. Do you have the key to the observation tower? I do. Would you please give it to me? I need to get into the tower. And what do you need there? There's someone there I need to find. That's all. It may not sound like much to you, but it means a great deal to me. You're not one of her prisoners, then? No. I came here of my own will. To find this person. Exactly. Then maybe you can help me. Help you how? Set me free. Convince her to release me from this place. I'm begging you. The anguish emanating from this spotted boy's shadow so thick it causes me to recoil. There's a thread of dark desperation in his voice. Has he been imprisoned here for hundreds of years like Giselle? Promise me, you get me out of this here. Am I even equipped to judge whether that will be a good decision or not? All I know of him is his time in the mansion during the era of roses. I know nothing else of his life. Know what you know would be capable of keeping such a promise. Do you have the strength to save anyone other than her? Do you absolutely need the key? You won't agree to help me without it, will you? What? I dropped it. Over there. Huh? The boy is pointing to the thick bramble of roses. Despite the flowers themselves being wilted, the thorns are still sharp. It was an accident, I swear. But I didn't want to scratch up my arm, so I left it there. It's not my fault there are so many thorns. I really want to hit this boy. Why couldn't I just said no? So,
Because I thought if I didn't have the key, that you wouldn't help me.
there's only so much I can do, regardless of whether you have the key. I cannot promise you anything, nor can I be the judge of you.
I see.
I don't have enough information to make such a decision. Cheap promises and superficial kindness will only serve to destroy the both of us. Now, if you excuse me, I'm going to retrieve this key.
What? You never get out of those thorns.
I don't care if it's at the bottom of the ocean. I will have that key.
You're wasting your time.
I approach the bramble, reaching out for it with my right hand. From behind me, I can sense the boy watching. First, I attempt to spread the tangled thorn-ridden stems so I can put my arm in it without injuring myself, but they seem to be made of iron rather than plant. My efforts proved mostly fruitless. The only opening is barely large enough to fit an arm in, which resembles the toothy mouth of a beast. Looking around the garden, I can't find anything that looks remotely useful. I guess my only option is reaching in. It's not going to stop me. I lean down, insert my right arm into the thorny cavern. Immediately, they begin ripping at my sleeve and gashing at my flesh. Ugh. Blood spills down my arm. I'm long since dead, no longer human, but the pain is still agonizing, still very much real. Giselle, she doesn't bleed, she doesn't feel pain. Am I not the same as her then? That doesn't matter right now. Focus on getting the damn key. Screams of crimson spread through the steel-like tangle, gnawing at my arm like a ravenous animal. What the hell is the key? The door of these stems are twisted and layered so thick, I can't see inside at all. As I dig around blindly, I started losing feeling in my arm. It's an endless deluge of pain.
Hey, cut it out. You're gonna lose your arm.
I would not stop until I had the key.
Don't ask me for help.
I wasn't even considering it. I collect what remains of my gradually fading sensation and focus it into my fingers, praying even one of them would brush against the key. Damn it! As much as I search, as much as I dig, I find nothing so much as resembling a key, which means it must be deeper than I can reach my arm. Even so, I cannot give up.
Hey,
Please be quiet right now. I need to focus.
I'm sorry. I do have the key, actually.
You what?
I'm so sorry. It didn't look like you were willing to help me if I give it to you, so... Plus, she told me not to give it to anyone for any reason.
Hold still so I can beat you.
I didn't mean you any ill will.
You most certainly did.
I'll give you the key, so please, have mercy.
Trembling in fear, the boy's shadow sticks out a hand, holding a key. The armor used to dig the thorn is so bloody and gashed, I can barely look at it. But it does still function. And so to take a key from him with my right hand.
Why couldn't you use your other hand? That's gross.
That's the idea.
You're kind of a jerk, you know.
That's a laugh coming from you.
Do you have any idea how much that hurt? I know. I'm sorry, really. But hey, you're alive, so no big deal, right? Now wait, can I actually say either of us are alive? I don't even know anymore.
I do appreciate you giving me the key, though. Tina seemed to be rather important to you, too.
Hey, is this person you want to get back really worth going through all this for?
She is. She's the one person who ever loved me. She's waiting for me.
I see. You know, it has someone that meant a lot to me, too. My sister.
Which one?
Which? The one with flaxen hair like me. If you happen to see her, do something nice for her, please.
That, I would say, is your responsibility.
Yeah, you're right.
I'll keep it in mind.
Thanks.
In a tale I witnessed, the boy pushed his sister away, for understandable reason, admittedly. But now he seems to bear no grudge for her. Did something else happen between them? Even if it did, I didn't have time to ask about it. I'll be on my way.
Alright. Take care. There are 2 more keys. Watch out, though. They're not the most friendly people. And they'll probably be even more enraged locked up like this.
I appreciate the warning.
If only someone like you had shown up sooner and taken the keys from us. Goodbye.
After bidding me farewell, the boy's phantom dissipates into the shadows of the rose garden. I wonder if he's gone back to mindlessly muttering his regrets. I should get going. I descend the stairs, opening the cellar door. The first time I visited the room, the smell of blood from within was nearly suffocating. Now the entire house reeks of it, and I started to go numb to the odor. There's no one here. Am I in the wrong place? I begin exploring the cellar, hoping to maybe find a key hidden away or abandoned somewhere. As I reach my hand out to investigate one area, a shadow leaps out of the thick darkness. It's so swift I had no time to react. My body freezes in place. A shadow stands before me, holding the tip of a blade mere inches from my face. A key. You have a key. I do, yes. Cold sweat trickles down my back. My voice is shaken, and there's no hiding it. The shade appears to be glaring at me, though I cannot make out its face. After a few seconds, it withdraws its blades. Let me see it. The boy's key. Did he give it to you? In the rose garden, yes. Are you two acquaintances? How could that be, though? We're from a completely different era and country. Who are you? No, never mind. You are as irrelevant to me. Are you human now? You're speaking of my nature, then no is the only answer I can give you. You didn't kill me, though. If you wanted to, you could have easily secured me with where I stand. Is that what you want? I'll be happy to oblige. What did you come here for? For your key. I came to ask that you would give it to me. You meant to open that door. I need to get into the tower, yes? I see. Take it. The man's shadow tosses the key at my feet. I'm not quite sure what to think. I didn't expect him to give it up so readily. What? Take it. I won't stab you in the back while you're bending over. I thought you were supposed to hold on to this at all costs. I no longer have any reason to guard that key. In the past, I might have severed your head from your shoulders the moment you mentioned it, though. I point in the past. That's the question I wish I knew the answer to. Hey, do you know why I'm here? Where this place is? When it is? Why I can't get out of here? What's happened to me? Tell me. I have no idea what's going on. Not a single goddamn idea. Neither do I. Get out. Take the key and get out of here. Get out! I can't bring myself to say anything to the enraged shadow, so I follow his command, picking up the key and departing the cellar. I thought I was dead for a second. This makes two, though. could have happened between these people? The painter mentioned a past with them, and Morgana spoke of the wicked men she cursed. Does that mean it is something awful enough to earn Morgana's spite? Right now, though, I must push onward. If I'm not mistaken, the final key should be in that room. The room with the billiards table. What is billiards, anyway? I should get moving. Once I have this key, I can get into the observation tower. I'm almost certain Morgana is waiting for me there, with Giselle. So I got up and resolved and hurried to the last room, not wanting to take even a second longer than necessary getting her back. I can hardly believe my eyes when I step into the den. In the middle of the room is a large rectangular table. Several balls roll across its surface and perch on one corner, looking down at the floor. It's her. Giselle. Giselle! The question of why she's here never crosses my mind. All I feel is elation to see her once more. There's no room for anything else in my head. I run over to her, put my hand on her shoulder. Thank goodness, you're all right. And turn her towards me. What? Giselle? Giselle? I shake her, causing her head to droop lifelessly. There's not a trace of light in her unmoving eyes. One moment. Can anyone still hear me? Son of a bitch. My apologies, guys. Something happened with my connection there. All right. Not like I wasn't already feeling lonely enough. There's not a trace of light in her unmoving eyes. Why? Giselle, why? Say something, Giselle. Say anything, please. This can't be. You can't be. You can't be. My mind goes blank. I can't catch my breath. The world's hazy. Why is Giselle... Why did... I had to find her like this? Why? I swore I would do anything. I swore I would never lose her again. No, this can't be. I thought across my dazed, despair-wrought mind. It's probably nothing more than vain hope, but... Not a drop of blood spilled from my breast. That's right, she doesn't bleed. So this can't be her. This isn't her. Or maybe Morgana has the power to alter Giselle's very nature. Kill her with a flick of her wrist. No, I don't even want to think about it. There's no hope to be found down that path. All I can do is pray. Beg for her to still be alive. Or if alive is the right word, herself. My prayers bring me back to reality. Which is when I realize... There's something hard pressed against the back of my head. I heard a harsh metallic clink. What? A piercing bang rips through the air as I drop to the hard floor. My ears are ringing, painfully. Through the cloud of smoke and confusion, I see a man's silhouette. Missed. It takes several moments for me to recognize the object in his hand as a gun. Not only because it's draped in shadow, because I've never seen one with my own eyes. Had I not witnessed what they were capable of through stories, I would not have understood how terrifying they were. Not a problem, though. I'll finish you with the next one. No, you hold still, boy. Still running around like a rat? Can't even guarantee your painless death. Wait. Hold on a second. What are you trying to kill me for? Because you make too much goddamn noise. That's why. Don't tell me. You're the one who... What? I turn my gaze towards the large table. Giselle isn't there. It must have been an illusion after all. The realization sends a wave of relief through me. I still have a gun in my face though. Curious man you are. Does the table warrant your attention more than me? How many requests? Could you give me the key in your possession? That's all I need. Then I'll leave and stop making a racket. I'm sure you understand your predicament, boy. Because you think you're in any position to be asking favors. You dumber than you think you look. Huh. First off, I don't know what key you're talking about. I don't believe that. The other two had keys. You're telling me to give you their keys? Sounds like you really do know each other. See for yourself. I believe you should recognize these. Are you collecting them to enter the tower? You're going to see Morgana? There seems to be a hint of tension in the man's voice. Though I can't see his face, I can sense the waves forming within him. I brace myself for either rejection or heart-led, but the apparition gives me neither. Take me with you. What? You have the other keys, don't you? You can open the door. Bring me to the witch. Wait, slow down. What are you planning to do when you see her? What do you think? He has to... She has to... He's gone. She has to... What? What is he trying to say? On the floor where the shade stood is a new key. Curious though, I am about his last words. This makes me 3. I have all the keys now. Are you trying to rile me up, Morgana, with just fetch quests? Are you enjoying yourself up there? Show me these phantoms and watching me squirm? Just wait. I'm on my way. I gave the room a brief once over before making my way back to the chapel. The keys fit perfectly in openings in the lock, and when I insert the last one, it clicks open. The chain sealing the door, falling to the floor. They're waiting behind this door, at the top of the stairs. I start pondering what I can even do in a face-off against Morgana, which sends a nervous shudder down my spine. I'm not going to back down, regardless, but she is a witch, and I'm a mere human. Formerly human. I'm not a master swordsman, nor do I wield a gun. I have nothing at all with which to fight her. I still have to confront the witch, though, no matter what. As laughable, reckless, as foolish as it may be, I have no other option. I place my hand on the door, preparing to climb the tower where I once spent my last breath. Giselle locked safely away in the chamber at the top. The tower where I first met the witch. No hesitation. Sound blood streaming down the stairs, echoes off the stone walls. Although I've begun growing numb to the house's otherworldly ornamentation, the sight of a seemingly endless river of blood flowing down a spiral staircase sends a chill through me. Every step I climb makes a splat noise. When I reach a window, I look out to see a churning reddish-black fog.
Now, this brings me back. You climbing those stairs alone, just like old times.
Morgana.
I waited so long for someone like you to show up. Someone with enough to spare to resurrect me.
Give her back.
But now, I don't see it in you. I don't feel one bit of that intense hopelessness anymore.
Give her back.
And here I had thought we were cut from the same cloth.
Morgana.
Yes, I'll give her back. If you can make it to me without losing yourself.
I would not give up. It doesn't matter what you do. Looking up, I can't see how far the stairs extend. It's just a gaping blackness, so I have no way of knowing for sure whether I'm getting any closer. Around and round and round and round and round and around. Beneath me, the blood river traces the same path in reverse. I start to wonder if this staircase even does end. If I'm not just eternally retracing my own steps. But I continue climbing regardless. It's all I can do, put one foot in front of the other, and hope I make it to the top. Morgana, what is this place? What did you do to it?
What is it? Why, it's the mansion you lived in for a decade, of course.
You look at this and tell me it's the same house? What's with the blood everywhere? And the three shadows?
Now, my dear. No need to raise your voice. And you're being impolite. One question at a time.
Answer me.
What is this place that's immaterial? Even if I were to give you an answer you found satisfying, what would that knowledge do for you? Your objective is to reach the top of these stairs and rescue Giselle. Nothing more, nothing less, isn't that right? Or by chance, have you taken an interest in me? Despite never once asking me about myself before.
My gut tells me that without knowing what this place is, without even the briefest glimpse at its nature, I won't be able to safely get her back. Without knowing what I'm up against, I don't stand a chance. Please, tell me about this mansion, Morgana. About yourself. What are you, Morgana?
A witch.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Why do you have the powers you do? What are you?
Yes, I'll get to that. Humans feel the need to attach names to things and phenomenons they don't understand. I understand that feeling very well. Which is why I'm sure you're rather disappointed when I reveal the truth.
What do you mean?
What I mean is, I'm an ordinary human.
That's not possible. You expect me to believe a human created this illusion?
There you are saying I'm a magician or a wizard like you might see in a fairy tale.
I would believe that. Over you being a human.
Think back then, would you? Regard our time together. Did I ever once use magic? Did I control fire or wind? Did I create the illusions? No, I did none of that. Because I could not. To you, when you were alive, I suppose you could say, I was not but a simple ghost. A rather mischievous but otherwise powerless ghost spirits. And I was nothing more to those 3 men either. The witch Morgana was never anything but a wretched phantom haunting this old house.
But then, how do you explain this?
Michael, my dear, we're not the same beings we once were. We're different than we were in the realm of light, the era of the living. You figured that much out though, haven't you? That you're already dead?
Yes, I know. I know it couldn't possibly be alive.
Yet you still view this world through the lens of the living. You make no effort to see it as the land of the dead. Tell me, why would you think that the realm of the living and the dead are the same?
Though the worlds behind each door were so vibrant, the mansion itself never had any color. They were the memories of the past, of the land of the living, of times forever lost to us.
Our lives have already come to an end, my dear. Every last soul within these walls is dead. This is the world that lies beyond the end. It is my world. This is the afterlife. Why get caught up in the miniature? None of us has a future. So what reason is there for you to desperately obsess over taking Giselle back? Just like you. She's long since dead. She's a walking corpse.
There's nothing I didn't already know, but hearing her say it, it's like a kick to the gut. Dead or alive, she still lives on within this house. My spirit finds its way back too. Why then should I not wish for her to have a future? No matter what form it may take, no matter if my choices erase her from this world entirely, haven't seen what lies beyond the door in her heart, what happened in all those hundreds of years. I could never let her remain here with you, trapped in this world bereft of light, drifting aimlessly for all eternity.
So determined you feel the need to raise your voice. But you're not going to budge on that point, I see.
I ask you this again, Morgana. Please, tell me about yourself. How did you become a witch? How'd you end up attached to this house? I want to hear your story.
You honestly want to know about me?
I do now, yes.
But not for me. For her, right? Don't be shy now. It's the truth, isn't it? Besides, if you did say it was for me, not her, I might die of laughter. As you wish. You have seen many tales of people's lives since arriving here, and now you shall see mine. Though I ask you this, will you write in despair with me? Will you endure maddening agony for me? Will you know pain enough to make you howl? Will you face despair? again and again and again.
As I said before, that's what you want from me?
Let me tell you something though, it will not be as easy to watch as you imagine. Now that you've reclaimed yourself, you'll be able to feel all my pain as if it were your own, to resonate with it.
Resonate with it?
You no longer have your little guardian with you either.
My guardian. She was always protecting me.
You'll have a wonderful time, I'm sure. It's a tale that could only take place in the era of miracles and spirituality. Wondrous and weird, senseless and stupid. Hopelessly tragic. Will you watch it with me?
As soon as the final words leaves her mouth, I'm engulfed in darkness. Not even given a moment to embrace myself. The tiled stairs crumble beneath me. My feet have nowhere to go, as I'm being battered by the roaring blood river. My consciousness melds with another.
I carry within me the child of God. That is where it all began. The words of a foolish woman determined the course of my entire life. Before I was even born, my fate was decided. Did her claim come from faith? Was it her way of escaping reality? Did she do it for money or fame? I don't know. I have been visited by an angel of the Lord. The village where she lived had suffered from years before harvest. Had been months since the last rain, and all villagers prayed desperately to be blessed with succor. I am a child though. I haven't known no man. So proclaimed the pregnant woman in the midst of the drought. And on the day of my birth, the very moment I let out my very first cry, a heavy rain fell down upon the village. The storm quenched the parched earth, nurturing the crops and saving the village. The villagers were astounded, for they had thought the drought would never end. As plump drops of rain poured down upon the village, they gathered around newborn me in exhilaration. She is a child of God. Perhaps there was more wonder in claiming I had magical powers. Perhaps it would make a better story if I were to say there were higher forces involved. But all these years later, here is what I truly think. There was nothing more than a fluke. An improbable stroke of luck. An unbelievably fortunate accident for my mother and the village, and an indescribably unfortunate accident for myself. I am a child, though. I have known no man. As if that's even possible. Maybe she had fooled around with a man who had gone and abandoned her. And she spouted those lies to convince herself it had never happened. None of the villagers' men made any claim to be my father. Perhaps he was someone else's husband. And such, he couldn't reveal himself, as adultery is a sin in the eyes of God. The girl they were praising as the child of God was indeed not more than an ordinary daughter of a wretched woman. At the time, though, I thought differently. I believed my mother's words, convinced I was a saint. And it gave me a sense of duty, a purpose, rather than superiority. As the daughter of God, I believed it was my responsibility to help anyone in need. So every day I prayed. I asked my Father what I could do, what I was meant to do. Not everyone is equally good, however. There will always be someone who lends their ear to the devil's whispers. One man claimed I was the daughter of a charlatan. He shouted for all to hear, "If you really are the child of God, then perform a miracle for us." It could have been any more unreasonable. Miracles are neither magic nor parlor tricks. They are realized through the power of faith. A lonely villager has no place demanding God prove his own divinity. It is the height of arrogance. But the man refused to heed my words. So, having no other choice, I complimented what I could do to show him I was indeed a saint. And blood was sparked from my inspiration. Michael, the time when I lived and the time when you lived were not so different. Our views and beliefs about the world are pretty much the same. So you should understand that our time, blood was seen as unclean. It was a dreadful thing, ridden with diseases, which is why we drained the blood from animals and purified the flesh before consuming it. But being a saint, my blood would have been different. Like the blood of the saints who came before me, mine would be blessed. I believed it would be able to cleanse people's impurities. From my demonstration, I chose an elderly woman afflicted with a terrible disease. She was on her deathbed, and no one thought she would live for longer than another day or two. The woman was overjoyed when I came to visit her. Sincerely believing in me to be a holy servant of the Lord, she gathered all the strength she could muster to climb from her bed and kiss my feet. I felt an intensely deep love for this woman. Placing my hands upon her cheeks, I said with all my kindness in my heart, "My beloved sister, partake of my blood." Owen agreed without a glimpse of hesitation. And so I pricked the tip of my finger with the knife and let the blood drip into her mouth. Within 3 days, her health had improved enough for her to get out of bed unassisted. Seeing that no one in the village doubted my powers any longer. In fact, the men who had accused me of being a daughter of the charlatan was subsequently punished for his sins. He received a much-deserved retribution for challenging the daughter of God for mocking her. But of course, being a saint, I forgave the man. He, in turn, repented and changed his ways, worshiping me as the true child of God. Now, I'll be honest with you. I was ecstatic, utterly elated. I felt like I was on top of the world and I relieved in it. The villagers showered me with adulteration. They revered me, the daughter of God. Anyone who didn't was punished. And on top of that, my blood could cure miracles. Tell me, do you look down on me for feeling the way I did? The actual child of God would never let herself be consumed by such base emotions, would she? But if you would give me a chance, I would like to explain myself. I was but a girl at the time. And to a child, her mother is the world. Anything she says is the absolute truth. So when my mother claims so happened to coincide with a lucky miracle, my young mind was set in stone. I was a saint. My blood could heal the sick, and nothing would convince me otherwise. After all, I was but a girl of 6 years old. It is not my place to decide whether my blood truly had miraculous powers or not. If you think it did, then it did. If you think it was all happenstance, then so it was. Miracles are brought about by faith. So the elderly woman who was healed was done so by the power of her own belief. Baseless hope and desire can, at times, make the otherwise impossible reality. You understand just how major a role religion played in our time, didn't you, Michael? Especially as someone whose life was taken from him in the name of God. And you understood how powerful word of mouth can be as well, don't you? It didn't take long for word of the miracle-performing child of God to spread. Travelers from faraway lands came to our village all in search of aid. Driven by a mixture of enlightenment and duty, I gave my blessings onto every pilgrim who sought them. I gave them my blows, yes. My young hands perpetually covered in wounds, running out of skin on my fingers. I cut the back of my hands, my palms, my wrists. Before long, they had turned me into swollen, carved up black and red horrors. And so I kept them wrapped up in clothes at all times. And only time I uncovered them was to give blood to those who sought it. My lacerated hands were, in no uncertain terms, gruesome and unsightly. But the believers who came to see me all wept at my selfless sacrifice. And so I came to cherish these wounds. There were some from whom no miracle took place, but whenever that would happen, the villagers would come out and say, "The daughter of God is not to blame. You simply lack significant faith." Thus, such incidents had no negative effect on my reputation as a saint. For 3 years I continued doling out blessings. One day, while I was offering a prayer, my mother let slip her discontent. "Why must you hand out miracles for nothing? Why must you give strangers grace? We should be getting compensated. We deserve remuneration. If we charged just a little bit for each blessing, we could be living so much more comfortably." I was dumbfounded. How could the mother of a saint say such things? Helping people was my divine calling, and she expected payment. I nearly wept, hearing my mother preoccupied with such worldly desires. So I explained to her how important this work was. I taught her that we were not coming to material wealth, that we were dedicated our lives to the service of our fellow man. "You're right, my dear saint," she said, understanding. And I believed her. I fell asleep that night convinced she truly understood, and that would be no more problems. But the next day, I was sold off. Men I've never seen before carried me by the arms and tossed me into a carriage. Confused and panicked, I stuck my head out, searching for my mother. Off in the shadows of the house, I saw her with a strange man, accepting a bag of coins. The carriage rocked back and forth, as it rolled along a dirt road, shaking and bouncing within it. I struggled with overwhelming grief and despair. It was perhaps the first time in my life I had felt such powerful emotion. I didn't know what I felt. So much despair over them. Obviously, it was over my present predicament, but I wasn't sure what about it hurt the most. Was it that I had been pawned off like a slave? Was it that my mother, the mother of a saint, had been blinded by money? Was it that the villagers had watched me in silence as a disciple of the Lord was thrown into a carriage? Or was it that I, daughter of God, laminated my misfortune like a mortal? I decided it was a trial. My Father, the Lord God, was testing my worthlessness of being his daughter. So I choked back my urge to cry and sat there in silent contemplation. For almost 3 weeks was I rocked around in the carriage. The coachman treated me well enough. I'm certain it was only because he didn't want his precious cargo dying before he could deliver it. He did not by any means think me the child of God. The 3rd week, the carriage arrived at a city. It was much larger than the village I had grown up in, with many, many more people crowding the streets. Something about them felt different, too. They all spoke in a tongue foreign to me, which is when I realized I was far, far away from home. I was delivered to a lavish, decorated mansion of the region's lord. Brightly colored flowers bloomed wildly in the garden as guests laughed and ate extravagant meals. And in addition to them, there were probably 4 times as many slaves moving about the grounds. Getting the range of looks from everyone we passed, from smartly dressed men to scrawny, immaculate servants, I was led to the Lord's chambers. The Lord was surrounded by beautiful women. Perhaps they were slaves, or perhaps they were prostitutes. I couldn't tell. Among them were some girls hardly older than me. They wore thin swathes of cloth, barely covering themselves at all. The Lord looked me up and down, and with a laugh he said, "Welcome, daughter of God. You'll be performing miracles for me now." Miracles are not something to be performed for a single person's benefit. I replied, shocked and furious. He had just said something so utterly blasphemous. In response, he said, "I bought you. You are my property. You have no right to an opinion." But I would not have any of it. I entreated him to give up his indulgent life and devote himself to the service of the Lord. But the more I pleaded, the deeper the crease of his face grew. Thinking back on it now, it was hardly surprising. A 9-year-old girl was scouting the most powerful man in the region. I believed it was my duty, and that I was only doing what was right. But he surely saw it as incredibly arrogance. So the Lord forced his will upon me. He bound my hands and feet and cut me without my permission, filled the goblet with my blood, passing around to his guests. A saint's blood and good fortune to all. That was when I realized The Lord was only interested in the approval of others. He reveled in their envy as he pranced about showing off his curious new toy. Me. He didn't need my miracles. Neither he nor any of his guests were afflicted with disease or misfortune. They were all richly blessed. Every time he threw a banquet, he'd drain me of my blood. It became nearly impossible to find a spot on either of my arms that weren't in the swollen reddish black gash. And soon, because my arms weren't providing enough blood for him, the cutting spread to my legs. I lived in a haze of half-consciousness. Honestly, I'm amazed it didn't kill me. Though perhaps the Lord was simply taking care not to take more than my body could spare. Watching the wealthy partygoers laugh and sip my blood through weary eyes, another wave of despair came over me. My miracles, my blood, were not to be an appetizer at a feast. They were meant for the sick and the poor. But despite my wishes, the Lord persisted to squeeze me dry day in and day out for his own enjoyment. For a while, I was convinced it was all God's test. That it was a part of his plan for me, his daughter. That if I could make it through this trial, I'll be allowed to go back to helping people. That man would celebrate my success, envy me, worship me. That sinners would face punishment. That divine retribution would be delivered upon unto all who had wronged me as saint. With each passing day, my spirit grew more twisted. Would anyone have believed a scarring and bloody girl tied up on the floor in the banquet was a saint? Unlikely. There was no charitable gathering, but an unholy Sabbath. Perhaps it was caused by my corrupted spirit. Perhaps it was my heart's way of crying for help. Or perhaps it was the devil giving me my witch's mark. But no matter what the cause, during one of the bloody banquets, I underwent a transformation. I was half conscious as usual when one of the guests pointed at me and shouted something. His face went pale, as if he were afraid, which I was found quite curious. The Lord then approached me, grabbing me by the hair and lifted my head. He yelled something, but I was too far gone to be able to make out what he was saying. Suddenly, I found myself released from my bonds, and my body had grown so weak from being tied up for so long, I didn't have the strength to hold up myself, so I collapsed to the floor. I was still trying to figure out what was happening when the Lord drew a sword, raising it high above his head. His words in that moment reached me with perfect clarity. You're a damn witch, wearing a saint's skin. A witch? Why was he calling me a witch? I was the holy daughter of God. I had certainty never made a pact with the devil. What could have given him that idea? What was in store for me now? Had God performed some kind of miracle for him? Dozens of thoughts and questions thrilled through my mind as death hung over me. I couldn't comprehend anything. I didn't feel any fear or anger as my impending death. I was simply curious. What had happened to me? But before I had a chance to find that answer, the Lord swung down his blade. Without warning. Without any time to prepare, the darkness drains away. That's you. Michael.
I think you're muted.
I think you're muted too, because I don't
Son
hear
of a
you.
bitch. Oh no. Oh.
Oh, you went way too far.
Okay.
Alright, just go here and just speed forward. That's all you gotta do.
Yes.
I was like, wait, the lines are moving. I don't hear him. By the way, that was a lot of reading. All at once.
Yeah, did you have fun?
I did. I had to drink once.
Without warning, without any time to prepare, the darkness drains away. And a second later, I crash into the stairs. Hard. Right in my ear, I can hear the river of blood. The world fades in and out of view, giving way to very real images of a past I never lived. I can practically feel the fire in the eyes of that mad blood's banquet's guest. My vision distorts. I can't regain my focus. Whose blood is that that's streaming down the stairs? Is it hers? Is it mine? Who am I? A saint? A witch? Is what I'm seeing through a lens of clarity? Or madness? Wait, no. I am not her. I am Michael. No one else.
It hurts, doesn't it? It's hard to breathe. Your chest is on fire. Your vision is blurry. It's dark. It's lonely. It's scary. It's frustrating. It's disheartening. It's expiration. Isn't it? What you're feeling is exactly the pain I felt.
I reach my hand out in a plea for help, which is when I see something I can hardly believe. Both of my arms are covered in gashes, blood flowing from them without end. The raw flesh beneath my skin had been exposed to the open air. All I can bring myself to do is scream. That pain, her horrible past, is doing everything in its power to break me. The 9-year-old girl's sickening experiences are twisting and constricting and crushing me. Why is this
Happening to you? Are you really that slow, my dear? You're empathizing with my pain. You're just that kind-hearted, Michael. You said you wouldn't give up, didn't you? That you wouldn't make your way to me? Then surely this won't be enough to do you in.
Of course it won't. Mustering up every last bit of strength I can, I begin crawling up the stairs. The red river beats against my open wounds, stinging painfully. The simple act of lifting an arm or a leg is almost unbearably agonizing. The blood dripping from my lacerated arms mixes with the blood already soaking the tower. So this is the pain Morgana suffered? Do you despise everyone, Morgana? Did your resentment at your mother's betrayal, at the people who came seeking your blood, at the Lord who took your life, turn to hatred for all mankind?
Your perception of me is still incorrect, Michael. My grudge is only against a select few. Think about it, my dear. Of the 1,000 million billions of people living on this planet, my word is conspired of but a minuscule fraction of that. Hatred for all mankind. No, what I feel is not nearly so nebulous. Although, if I had died, still believing I was a saint, maybe I wouldn't have such well-defined mission.
Are you saying the Lord didn't kill you?
Oh my, did you actually think that was the end of my tale? Despite all your big talk, you're afraid of having to suffer through any more of that, aren't you? But you're the one who said you wouldn't give in. So go on. Know my pain without losing your mind.